speaker and community. We hope this program will be running well today, and some time, and then next tomorrow, and also the day after tomorrow. Harmonious Islam in Indonesia. Harmonious Islam in Indonesia. I think this is the short program online, conducted by Faculty of Islamic Study of Unisula, Sultan Agung Islam University. We have the purpose of the program aims how to give knowledge about Islam, and then insight and also hand-on discussion on how Islam is practiced harmoniously in Indonesia. Islam means, from the word aslama, aslama means okay, we continue. Sorry for this disturbance. Faculty of Islamic Studies currently has 3 study programs. One for postgraduate, and then 2 for bachelor. Undergraduate, we have undergraduate in the study program of Islamic education. We call PAI, Pendidikan Agama Islam in the Indonesian language. Now this program has been accredited by the National Accreditation in Indonesia. By level A, this is the first level. And then the second one, we have the study program of Sharia, we call in the Arabic terminology, Sharia means Islamic law, also has been accredited by A level. That's the best level. And then one more in postgraduate, we have study program Islamic education as well in the master degree, has been accredited by level. It is a very good level, and we are happy today because we can invite you all guests from many countries, and hopefully this program gives you more knowledge, and then maybe also experience how to discuss about Islam, and you know about the knowledge of Islam, and then we can know and we can make the harmonious life in our country, in each country, not only in Indonesia, only in the other countries. Because in the ayat wa ma arsalnaka illa rahmatan lil alamin, we send the Prophet Muhammad to be a rahmah, to be love each other in this world, in this alamin. Also in the ayat that the reciter of the Quran recite in the Quran in Surah Al-Hujr, Ya ayyuhannas, oh you believe, inna khalaqnakum min dzakarin wa untha. We create you from male and female. Wa ja'alnakum syu'uban wa qabaila, and then made you all people into peoples, many people and many tribes. La'alakum lita'arafu, lita'arafu, in order to know each other. Yeah. And then so that you may get to know one another. In akramakum indallah atqakum, surely the most noble of you in the sight of Allah. We can get this ayat, yeah, the teaching about how we are from many countries, yeah, and know each other, yeah, and then we continue to understand each other, to know one another, and then to understand know one another, and also continue to help, yeah, one another to make cooperation a good cooperation among us. Finally, we thank one again. We thanks very much for all speaker and then a committee and then all participants. We thank very much. May Allah Subhanahu wa Taala give us the what we want is how to realize harmonious life in our society and our country. Amin ya rabbal alamin. Thank you very much. Walakum minkum. And then we saying basmalah, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. I open formally this forum, HARMONII 2024, organized by FAI Unisola. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Walakum Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, the Dean of Faculty of Islamic Studies. Okay, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the next agenda is the keynote speech from Dr. Hayati Ismail. She is the lecturer from Universiti Sains Islam Malaysia. To Dr. Hayati Ismail, the screen is yours.
Thank you, first of all, to the organizer of HARMONII 2024 for inviting me to this very enlightening session. Actually, I am recording this session to avoid any kind of technological mishaps, but I'm actually online together with you this morning. My name is Hayati, and before I start, let me first just share with you my slides on this morning's topic. Okay, so we are actually going to talk about something that is very valuable and very important for our future. Okay, before that, thank you so much once again to the organizers. My name is Hayati. I'm a senior lecturer in the education unit in the Faculty of Major Language Studies, Universiti Sains Islam Malaysia. I am very thrilled this morning to be with all of you, and I hope that this conference will be successful for us to share the knowledge that we have with regards to the role of Islamic education and to make sure that we are living in harmony with each other, not only with each other, but also with the people around us, with the society in the globalized world, because we are now living in a global village. Whatever that is happening in your country will affect my country as well. And we know at this moment, our brothers and sisters in Palestine is facing a lot of hardships and adversity. So we can only extend our prayers to them. So I think this is very suitable for the Faculty of Islamic Studies of Sultan Agong Islamic University to have a platform where we can all share our experience with regards to creating a harmonious society, and where we can really depict what Islam is all about. So this morning, I'm going to start with looking at what is the challenge. You can say it's a challenge, but with every challenge comes opportunities. So, but we are going to look at something that is quite challenging for us as Islamic education uh, educators, which is faith in the face of algorithm. So this morning we are going to look at the role of Islamic education educators like us in an uncertain future. Okay. So before that, how is everyone feeling today? So do we feel like we want to start working, or we just feel okay, or we are really feeling down, like I have had better days? So I hope we are all, excited, and we want to start working, and we want to start sharing whatever it is that we have, so that we can create a harmonious society wherever that we are living in. So at the end of the session, the participants of this session will be able to understand what is algorithm, what is artificial intelligence, and faith within the context of Islamic education. We also aim to understand the challenges between artificial intelligence and faith in Islamic education. And finally, I hope that you will be able to consider the changing role of educators of Islamic education in this uncertain world. Just to introduce to you, this is our mascot in USIM. He is known as Tariq. If you look at Tariq, we choose a mascot which represents something that is representative in the future. Okay, a robot. As we know, it will be a major part of our life now, or it is already a part of our lives right now, right? So what's the role of individuals? We are all Muslims, right? We are all Khalifah in this world. And according to Surah Al-Anbiya, uh, verse 107, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, وَمَا أَرْسَلْنَاكَ إِلَّا رَحْمَةً لِلْعَالَمِينَ. And we have not sent you, O Muhammad, except as a mercy to the worlds. So what are we as humans, as Muslims, supposed to do? We are supposed to give blessings to the whole world and its content, because Islam teaches brotherhood, peace, and harmonious relationship, and we are supposed to give barakah to the ummah. Right? So this is our role. Apart from we being the Khalifa, we are also supposed to give mercy to the world, rahmatan lil alamin. Our existence in this world is supposed to give barakah to our environment. So we need to take care of our environment. We need to take care of our families. We need to take care of the people around us. So it is very important that in order for us to be a good Muslim, we need to understand this verse, and we need to understand the role that we need to create peace and harmonious relationship, which is why the theme of this conference is very, very suitable, which is harmonious Islam. Not only in Indonesia, but also, when we are in harmony with ourselves, we will automatically be harmonious with the people around us. And we need to also understand that it is our role to take care of the environment. It is very important, and it is also part of the sustainable development goals. So, ladies and gentlemen, we need to take a step back and really reflect upon what is our role, not only as educators, but our role as a Muslim. So we need to understand that it is important for us to be at peace with ourselves before we can be at peace with other people. So as educators, I think the role of Islamic educators especially has become increasingly important. So we will take a look at that later on. Okay, so this is the situation that we are in right now. These are all excerpts from headlines from newspapers around the world. We'll see, a lot of tools, especially technological tools, which are suitable for us to use to ease our responsibility as teachers, as educators. But there are also certain people or certain quarters who feel that can AI replace teachers? Can artificial intelligence replace people? Some of them are of the opinion that artificial intelligence can make better teachers because they can provide greater insights. Or we do not deny that the role of artificial intelligence has become more and more important. But will it replace us in the years to come? Even public school head teacher thinks that intelligent machines will replace teachers. I mean, this is just one person's opinion, right? So when we talk about education, we are talking about a holistic education for people, especially when we look at ourselves as individuals, human beings by nature. We comprise of four very important elements. We have our intelligence, right? We have our spiritual aspect. We have the physical, and also we have the emotional. So when we talk about education, we cannot simply focus on one aspect only. We need to develop all the other three aspects as well: the spiritual, the emotional, and also the physical, for us to be a balanced human being. So this is something that we will ponder upon. And also, I have seen the tentative of this program. I noticed that there are various topics which deal with developing balanced individuals, and that is very good actually. So when we talk about education, when we talk about our role as a Muslim, we need to ponder upon the fact that education will have to cater to all the different aspects in a human being. So we not only focus on the cognitive aspects, but also the spiritual aspects. See, as now I'm speaking, we hear the azan. As human beings, we have to have faith, right? And we believe in God. And that is very important. Whatever God that people believe in, that is a spiritual fulfillment. And as human beings have these four components that we need to develop. So we need to make sure that the approach that we use in our teaching is a holistic one, so that we don't focus on one particular aspect only. All right? Okay, let's look at the next one. First of all, we need to understand when we talk about algorithm, right? A lot of people use the word algorithm very, very widely nowadays. When we talk about algorithm, it is not artificial intelligence per se, because algorithm actually refers to a set of instructions or rules especially if given to a computer, will help to calculate an answer to a problem. So it is a set of instruction for solving problem or accomplishing a task. So let me give you a very simple algorithm. If you want to tie your shoelaces, that is algorithm, because you need to follow a set of instructions, because you need to tie up your shoelaces. So there are certain instructions that you need to follow. So algorithm is something that we do every day. In whatever that we do, we need to have that set of instruction. But the word algorithm has been made popular when people dwell into artificial intelligence. So we are looking at the bigger umbrella, the algorithm, okay? Artificial intelligence is part of this bigger picture, because artificial intelligence also has its own algorithm. So if we look at the difference between algorithm and artificial intelligence in education, now let us zoom in into what is happening in education. Okay, so what I did was I asked the artificial intelligence itself. As you know, Google Bard, B-A-R-D, has now changed its name to Gemini. So this is what artificial intelligence has to say about the difference between algorithm and artificial intelligence in education. So what is algorithm? So algorithm refers to a set of precise instructions for solving problems. For example, sorting items in a list. That is algorithm. Or following a recipe. That is algorithm. So, but what is the role of algorithm in artificial intelligence? So algorithm actually form the underlying foundation in many of the artificial intelligence system. Okay, so it provides the steps that you need to follow and the decision rules for processing information and achieving goals. So when we talk about what is artificial intelligence itself, so artificial intelligence is a field of computer science that is focused on creating intelligent machines that can mimic human cognitive abilities. Now, let's get a very simple example. You, of course, I know you all listen to music on YouTube, right? So if you choose to listen to music in YouTube, you will choose the music that you prefer, right? So in my case, for example, I prefer ballads, you know, music from the 80s and 90s from singers like Mariah Carey or Whitney Houston or Michael Jackson. So when I choose to listen to these songs, uh, the machine is learning the pattern that I'm using. Oh, this user likes music from the 80s and 90s. So the section that is recommended for you will always be music from this era, right? So the machine is learning that. So when we use, this is what we need to be careful. You know, when we use the net, when we use Google, they are learning our preference. So, you know, like when you guys use Facebook or Instagram or even TikTok, you know, whatever that appears on your page, your FYP, it is always based on what you like, your preference. So that's why the AI system use this complex algorithm. It's not just something simple like tying up your shoes, you know, your shoelaces. It uses a complex algorithm to learn, to make decisions, you know, to advise us. So that is very interesting. And this is the kind of future that we are facing, you know. So this is somehow quite scary if you know, if you think about it. Okay, so let's move on to the next one. I don't know why it is hanging. Okay, wait, I will stop sharing first. Okay, okay, all right. Okay, I hope that there is no problem with the slides, because sometimes I notice that when you use slideshow, the slides is not moving. So I will show the slides again just to explain to you what I was mentioning just now, just in case the slides did not move. So I was talking about mercy to the world, okay, our role, right? Because I am so worried that it might not change, so I'm showing you from the beginning again, our role to give mercy to the world. All right, so okay, I think I better stay and not use this slideshow, because I'm worried that the slide might not be moving. Okay, so I've talked about our role as individuals, and I have also talked about the fact that all over the world people are saying that will AI replace teachers, which is very dangerous actually for us. um, I have also talked about the difference between algorithm and also artificial intelligence. Now let's look at this one. Okay, when we talk about faith in formal education, I think as Muslims, we understood that, you know, Islam is a deen, Islam is a way of life. But for other people, especially for those who believe that faith is detached from formal education, people who subscribe to the secularism, faith can be a complex and nuanced topic. So it depends on various factors. For us Muslim, it is very simple, because Islam is our way of life. So whatever it is that we do, even in subjects like chemistry or physics or history, for example, we always equate it, or we always relate it to our faith. But for in a lot of other places, they don't really equate faith in formal education. So let's look at this from the generic context, because when we talk about faith, I mean, we're not talking about only Islam, but there are other major faiths in this world, and it is a multifaceted and context dependent. Education, even in Malaysia, we do have so many streams of education. We have the religious streams, we have the science school, we have the sports schools. So it is very important for us to consider the potential benefits and drawbacks within each setting. But for today's discussion, we are going to look at the generic context. We talk about faith in formal education, because not all forms of education involve faith, and there are many public schools and secular institutions which provide excellence education without incorporating religious elements. But when we talk about faith in education, for example, in Malaysia, it is very important that we create a balanced individual. That is part of our national education philosophy. Okay, so we need to consider that when we incorporate faith in formal education, it provides motivation and perseverance, because faith can motivate students to learn, to be strong, okay, to have strength. It also provides the ethical foundation, because it can offer a framework for ethical decision making and critical thinking. We want to encourage our students to act with integrity and compassion. Faith can also help us to help establish a sense of community and belonging, okay, particularly for students who share similar beliefs. So like in Malaysia and even in Indonesia, we have pesantren, right? And in Malaysia we have religious schools. So it fosters a sense of community within those who have similar faith. But interestingly enough, because Malaysia is a multiracial country, we need to expose our young children to the fact that they need to understand that there are multiple faiths in this world, right? So that's why we need to be open to different perspectives. We need to engage with people of different faiths. So when we talk about our role as Muslims in this challenging world, we need to understand that we are supposed to give mercy to the world. We are not created in this world to do destruction. In fact, we are supposed to preserve that. We are supposed to ensure harmony. We are supposed to ensure that every individual is balanced so that the community will be at peace with each other. So this is evident, because when I look at both countries, okay, in Malaysia and Indonesia, we have the philosophy of education based on the national principles. So in Indonesia, it is known as Rukun Negara. Sorry, that is in Malaysia. Sorry. In Indonesia, it is known as the Pancasila. And there are similarities between Pancasila and also the Rukun Negara that we have in Malaysia. Because since Malaysia is a very multicultural country, multiracial country, our first aspiration is to achieve unity, perpaduan, mencapai perpaduan yang lebih erat. The principles or the pillars of Rukun Negara, we also have 5, similar to your Pancasila. Ketuhanan Yang Maha Esa. Likewise, in Malaysia, we put that as the first. Kepercayaan kepada Tuhan. So no matter which God that you believe in, okay, it is very important that as individuals and as a society, we believe in God. So this is lovely because the Pancasila and also the Rukun Negara harp on the fact that you must have faith. So the spiritual aspects is very important. The second pillar in the Pancasila is kemanusiaan yang adil dan beradab. This is lovely because in education, especially in Islamic education, we need to help develop adab and akhlaq. Now it is one of the major thrusts in the Ministry of Education in Malaysia. Okay, in our Rukun Negara, we also have adab, like number 5, kesopanan dan kesusilaan. Okay, so these are the national principles that form the basis for our education philosophy, right? Our curriculum is actually developed to instill the national principles that we have. Like in your Pancasila, Persatuan Indonesia, Indonesia yang bersepadu. Yang keempat, kerakyatan yang dipimpin oleh hikmat kebijaksanaan. Now this is also very important because when we talk about education, we want to deliver the curriculum. We need to deliver it with hikmah, right? So what is the meaning of hikmah? We will look into that later. Okay, and also in your Pancasila, keadilan sosial bagi seluruh rakyat Indonesia. Ini adalah keadilan sosial, kesesamaan. This is also one of the principles in our Malaysia education blueprint, where we provide equity in education. So, ladies and gentlemen, when we look at the national principle, if we compare for both countries, we all aspire to have a developed nation which is based on the belief in God. And I think it is lovely, and it is reflected in our education system. So in Malaysia, the principles, the national principles is reflected, is encapsulated in the national education philosophy in Malaysia. Because the national education philosophy is the basis for the education system in our country, in Malaysia. Okay, the national education philosophy reads like this: education in Malaysia is an ongoing effort. So we need to understand that education is not confined to the school. It takes a village to raise a child. Likewise, when children are provided with formal education, what is more important is how the formal education is reinforced at home or in the community through informal and non-formal education. So it is an ongoing effort. It is not just the role of the teachers in a formal education setting, but you need to make sure that the child is supported by what is going on at home, because the personality of an individual is developed not through formal education, but it is developed from home. So it is an ongoing effort to develop the potential of the individuals in a holistic and integrated manner. So this is the national education philosophy in Malaysia. And I have highlighted the key words. The person, the individual has to be socially balanced and harmonic. Again, we find the word harmony here, based on the belief in God. So the first sentence of our national education philosophy is about developing the individual. And the second sentence, once we have developed that balanced individual, this individual will then be able to contribute to the harmony and betterment of the family, the society, and the nation at large. Why the family? Because the family is the nucleus of the society. If the nucleus is broken, then the society will not be able to function well. So again, this is very much in tandem with the concept of Rahmatan lil Alamin. So this is all a very beautiful basis to develop individuals based on the belief in God. So if we look at the future trends in education, now this part is quite scary in the sense that we are living in a very unpredictable world. You remember what happened in 2020, where the world just stopped? COVID-19 forced all of us to stay home. And, as social creatures, human beings, we need to socialize. And you just imagine that for a certain period of time, there was a lockdown in most countries in the world because we don't know how to handle the virus. Because we know that the virus spreads very, very fast and very, very easily through social interaction. That was a challenge for human beings, actually. But at this time, if you notice, we start depending a lot on online platforms because we don't want our children to be left behind. Although the schools are closed, it doesn't mean that our children cannot be educated. We found ways to utilize the online platforms like Google Meet or Microsoft Teams, Zooms. We use this rampantly, right? So this is what is happening, and the changes occurs very fast. I don't know whether you agree with me, but the changes have been forced upon us by something that we cannot even see, which is a COVID-19 virus. So this period, you know, the 2-3 years that we have started to depend more on online platform, we focus on, we realize that, you know, okay, we don't need to have face-to-face interaction. You know, we can disseminate information through online platform, just like what we are doing now. You know, it saves a lot of money. I don't have to travel to Indonesia to share this with you. I can just share with you online, and all of us can just get together wherever we are in the world. So this has somehow provided a change in the way we perceive education. So what are the trends that we expect to shape education in the years to come? So this is what AI has to say. And also this is what UNESCO has outlined when we talk about the ethics of artificial intelligence. Now, what are the trends in future education? Now, let's talk about education in general. Okay, so according to AI and also according to UNESCO, there will be a greater focus on personalized learning, where students will be able to learn at their own pace, in their own way, with the help of technology and customized learning plans. Now, this is already happening. You know, in a lot of universities, especially, it has come to the stage where students can choose the modules that they are going to learn in the university. So this is something that is very interesting, okay, because we can help determine what we want to learn. We choose the materials. We can choose whatever online resources that we have or that we need. Okay, yes, I know there will be questions about it, but later on we will have an interaction about this. Okay, the second one is a more blended approach. That is already happening right now. We are learning in a variety of setting. Okay, we learn face to face, we can use online modules, and we have hands-on experience. And a greater emphasis will be given on critical thinking and problem solving, you know, because the world is changing very, very rapidly. So we need to produce students who are able to think critically and solve problems in order to succeed. Not only to solve problems, but we need to make sure that they are solved ethically. Okay, and the next one is a greater focus on global relationship. Yes, it is happening right now. I know, you know, in the Zoom platform, we have people not only from Malaysia and Indonesia, but also from other places, maybe from the ASEAN region or beyond that, right? So you need to be prepared to live and work in a globalized world, and education will need to reflect this. You know, migration will be something that is normal. There's a lot of Indonesians working in Malaysia. There's a lot of Malaysians working overseas in Dubai, in the United States. So these are the things that we need to consider, and we need to expose our children to multi-faith understanding, multicultural understanding. That is very important. Another emphasis will be on creativity and innovation. The future belongs to those who can think creatively, solve problems in new ways. So education will need to foster these skills in students. So when we talk about Islamic education, are our educators ready to face all this? Are we also jumud? You know, are we also set in our ways? No, learning must be done face to face. If you want to recite the Quran, the teacher must be in front of you to point out to you whether that reading is right or wrong. Do we still have that kind of mentality? So this is what we need to be open. Okay, so there are the roles of Islamic education teachers and lecturers are changing. Okay, and it's changing very rapidly. So education is dynamic, is evolving. So we need to be ready to implement personalized learning. Your needs might not be the same as the person next to you. Okay, so we need to be able to cater to all this. And are we, as Islamic education teachers or lecturers, ready for all this? Are we ready to implement online and blended learning? Are we ready to instill gamification and game-based learning in Islamic education? Okay, so are we going to look at it from the competency-based education where they master specific skills and knowledge rather than relying on traditional time-based grading system? Okay, of course, artificial intelligence and machine learning, virtual and augmented reality, social and emotional learning. Now, when we have online classes, I remembered when, in 2020 and 2021, we have online classes where the lecturers feels that they need to disseminate information. But when we have online classes, the question is, how do you instill moral values among your students? How do you inculcate holistic development? How do you make sure that the students online are developed with the value of cooperation, for example? It happened during my class, when we had fully online class. I was teaching a group of undergraduate students, and one of the coursework is for them to do group work. So I had one or two students sending me personal message, saying that I am so sorry, a group member is not being cooperative. He did not respond to us when we send WhatsApp or emails or when we want to do discussion. Okay, so these were the complaints. Now we need to understand that during the time of Nabi Adam, Prophet Adam, he learns from Jibril face-to-face interaction. Okay, he doesn't use any online platforms, right? So these are the difficulties that was faced by my students because they complained that some of the group members did not cooperate. So my question to them is, are you going to just leave it like that? Aren't you going to ask this person, why he doesn't reply to your messages, for example? Are you going to visit him at home? Or if you cannot travel at that time because there is the movement control order, are you going to contact his neighbor, and just look at, his house or go to his house, then we realize that during the MCO, we realize that we know very little about our friends. We don't even know their emergency contact number. These things happen. So where or how do you inculcate values? So I told my students, are you just going to leave it like that? Aren't you going to put in some effort, to ask around, to ask his friends or to ask his girlfriend, for example? I'm sure they are in contact with each other, right? He might not reply to your messages, but he might reply to other people's message. So this is how we inculcate the value of caring among our children. So when we talk about the differences or the changes that will occur in the education setting, we need to make sure that our students realize that they are not simply receiving information or knowledge from us. They are like our partners in learning, right? So we look at this. Can students be partners in learning and teaching? Okay, this is a book written by Alison Cook Sether and also Catherine Boville, Peter Felton, engaging students as partners in learning and teaching. So, of course, times have changed. We as teachers, we not only teach, but we are also learning from our students. So partnerships are based on respect, reciprocity, and shared responsibility between students and the faculty, and students and the teachers. This is what the most important change that happens in education is when students have more responsibility on themselves to learn, and we are here to teach and to guide them. This is what we need. We need more engagement between the teacher and the students. So can students be partners in learning and teaching? I put a question mark there, because there are some teachers who are quite hesitant to make students partners in the learning and teaching process. By right, it is so different from the way schools were like in the olden days when I was a student. The source of knowledge is only from schools and the library. That's it. We need to go to school in order to gain knowledge. But nowadays, can the students gain knowledge without going to school? Yes, they can get knowledge. It's right, in front of them. They can get it through the internet. However, how do we know that this knowledge is the right knowledge or not? Right? If we open YouTube, there is a lot of videos of, ustaz or ustazah preaching through YouTube. But how do we know that which is correct and which is not? This is where the teacher comes in. The teacher needs to know whether what the students know is correct or not. So this is very important. Our role actually with the emergence of artificial intelligence has become more important and more crucial, because we are murabbi. We are not only mu'alim or penyampai ilmu. We are not only mudaris or pengajar. We are supposed to be murabbi. Right? Pendidik dan pembimbing. This is taken from the book Merintis Kampus Barakah that is available in USIM. Because we not only menyampai ilmu, we are mengajar, we also mendidik ke arah memperelok akhlak, and we are also mursyid, menunjukkan ke jalan yang benar, showing them the right path. So this role cannot be overtaken by any forms of technology. But we need to understand that technology is there. It is not going to disappear anytime soon. We need to use this technology. We need to humanize it. Because at the back of everything, it is still humans. AI is only a tool. So we are very much relevant, ladies and gentlemen, to help educate the younger generation with hikmah. Okay, in order for us to be murabbi, we need to educate our future generation with hikmah. So what is hikmah actually? So let us just step back. let's start questions. Let's ask questions. You know, we start with the lower order questions first. In order for us to teach, ladies and gentlemen, it is very important that we start with the lower order. Okay, words beginning with what, who, when, where, which, you know, something that will provide a context to a certain topic. After we have asked lower order questions, then we can ask the higher order questions, you know, which centers on abstract concepts. You know, why must we deliver our lessons with hikmah? But first of all, we need to understand first what is the meaning of hikmah in teaching. Who is supposed to deliver knowledge with hikmah? When do we instill it? Where do we practice it? Which activities indicate hikmah in the teaching and learning process? So these questions provide the context in which you, as the educator, need to instill upon the younger generation. Then we ask higher order question, why do we need to be hikmah? And then how do we deliver our lessons effectively? So coming back to the question, you know, we need to understand the fact, we have to acknowledge that technology is here to stay. So like it or not, we need to try and utilize this knowledge, this technology. But how do we use it? We need to use it with hikmah. Okay, so the core of it all, like I said before, is humanizing education. Because behind AI are human creations, ladies and gentlemen. Behind it are humans. Because AI is just a tool. It is invented, it is operated and utilized by humans. Although we do have machines which are learning. Yes, they can come up. If you use Gemini or ChatGPT, you can check with them. They can use very polite language. But again, it is a tool. A tool, if used correctly, will benefit mankind. So, because in the World Economic Forum, this is a forum which is supposed to discuss the economy. But according to the World Economic Forum, values, ethics is core in the global future. This is from the World Economic Forum, right? So what are they doing about, why are they talking about values and ethics? They should be talking about the economy, but no, they realize that values, economy cannot solve the world problems. But when we instill values, that is the answer. So what are the key takeaways for educators? We need to look at the bigger picture. We need to go back to your national philosophy, your national principles, you know, the Pancasila. The first one, and also the Rukun Negara, the first one is kepercayaan kepada Tuhan. We need to have faith, ladies and gentlemen. Spiritual aspect needs to be fulfilled. You know, that is the problem sometimes with our education system. We focus too much on the cognitive aspects. But when we focus on the cognitive aspect, sometimes we forget that we need to fulfill the spiritual, the emotional, and also the physical, so that we will be able to interact, to socialize with other people. Are we ready to unlearn and relearn? You know, people my educators my age, yeah, I know I do look young, but actually I have 30 years of education experience behind me. Okay, I believe I was taught that teaching can only take place when the teacher is there right in front of my eyes. That is what I was taught. But you know, with COVID-19, suddenly we need a medium to see our teachers. So are we really willing to unlearn what we have learned before? Okay, I need to forget that. I need to unlearn that. I need to learn and I need to relearn. Because this is important. We are preparing the future generations, right? We all know that didiklah anak-anak mengikut zamannya, kata Saidina Ali. Maka kita perlu mendidik generasi akan datang mengikut cara bagaimana masa hadapan mereka. So what we are doing today is not to prepare the children for entrance exams to the university. We are preparing them for life. We are preparing them for 10, 20 years in the future. And that is what we do. So what should educators do for Islamic education? We need, like it or not, like I said before, we need to unlearn. We need to relearn. Okay? We need to learn again and again. Lifelong learning, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, we need to integrate faith and algorithm. We need to have a meaningful integration. You know, we need to explore ways, you know, how to use this artificial intelligence to personalize learning while ensuring it aligns with Islamic principles. We also need to guide our students to critically interpret information presented through algorithms, you know, drawing upon Islamic knowledge and perspectives, and also nurture human connection. Ladies and gentlemen, although we are learning online, we still need to network. We need to emphasize on group work, you know, where they can learn to work and help one another, you know, and provide emotional support. Another important aspect is to develop new skills. Ladies and gentlemen, please, we need to continue learning. We need to continue developing new skills, digital literacy, data analysis and interpretation, and also ethical frameworks. So this, ladies and gentlemen, is very important for us to continuously learn so that our students can benefit from us as educators. Now, we also need to consider collaboration and advocacy, because when we integrate AI in our teaching, we can collaborate with technology experts, ethicists, and Islamic scholars to develop the best practices. Okay, and then we need to develop that guideline. You know, how do we do this ethically? How do we utilize the tools that we have based on ethics and religion? And finally, community engagement. It is very, very important that we engage with parents. I have said earlier on that it takes a village to raise a child. So as teachers, as educators, we need to make sure whatever that is good in school is reinforced at home. Whatever that is good at home should be reinforced in school. So it is reciprocal. So that's why our role as Islamic education teachers is very important, because we need to ensure that it coexists harmoniously. See, it comes back to the theme of our conference today. So this is a very complex and involving topic which merits discussion by experts. Now, we have already discussed the overall concept, but how do you implement it in your class? Now, for example, this is a topic of tayammum, for example, because the learning objective is that students will be able to perform the tayammum correctly, right? So we know that in our classroom activities, we have these 5 stages, beginning with the set induction, presentation, practice, production, and also closure. What is the function of the set induction? We want to mentally prepare the students to learn. Okay, now the learning theory that underpins the set induction is cognitivism and also humanism, because we need as teachers to stimulate students' interest. So if you want your students to learn, to have that interest, to learn about tayammum, then you should ask them to picture themselves at the Palestinian camp, for example, where there is no water. So how are you going to perform the salat if you don't have any water? Okay. So let them think. Or maybe you can paint them a picture. You know, okay, everyone, I want you to imagine the year is 2035, you are working at the Syrian refugee camp, for example. Okay, so now the students will know whatever that they learn today is relevant for them in 10 or 20 years time. So the first step is a presentation step where the teacher will share the input for the topic. When I say you share your input, it doesn't mean that you speak like for 40 minutes. No, to share, meaning that, okay, what happened to you when you have an accident, for example, and your foot is covered by bandages. How are you going to perform the prayers? Okay, so the first step, the teacher needs to share the input. Okay, ask the students also for the input through lecture or demonstration and discussion. Okay, and the learning theory that underpins this is cognitivism, because we want to develop the students cognitively towards the learning objective. Okay, learning the functions of tayammum. And then the second step is we need to enhance the students' understanding and also their skills. So the learning theory that underpins this is constructivism and also connectivism, where the teacher guides the students. Okay, now I want to show you. Okay, I will guide you how to do the tayammum. You actually need the students to practice. Okay, right? So they practice right in front of you. They put the sand or whatever on their hands. So this is more of a collaborative learning. And then finally, the third step, the students must be able to do tayammum independently without your help. So here you can see the manifestation of the behaviorism theory, where students themselves present. So as a closure, to ensure that the learning objective is achieved, the students share what they have learned. So this will be a reflection of the cognitivism and also behaviorism. So in whatever it is that we do in the classroom, there are learning theories that underpins your action. Okay, so now it has to be fun. I mean, like it or not, students will be boring if you lecture all the time. So, currently, this is what I usually do. My boring way would be to show slides and give lectures, But instead of doing that, why not encourage students to create questions based on the topic, starting from the lower order, okay, tayammum. So the students will have to come up to the front, for example, and write down questions about tayammum. What is tayammum? When do we practice tayammum? Where do we practice tayammum? Who? And then you move on to the higher order. Ask them to create question, because when you ask them to create question, they will be thinking, okay, usually they will be waiting for you to ask questions and they will answer. But this time, let them create the questions. Okay, now what are the type of fun activities? You can do the simple physical exercise in the beginning of the class. This is what I do actually. I give them 3 seconds. I give them a question and then they have 3 seconds to answer. Okay, if they cannot answer in 3 seconds, I ask all of them to stand up. If they want to sit down, they have to say something intelligent in English. Okay, so that is a very good motivation actually for the students to answer questions because they want to sit down. Okay, another current practice that we normally do is that we ask students, do you understand? Of course they will say yes, right? That is a cliche. So instead of picking up the students, you can use wheel of names to select the students so they can recap what they have learned. Okay, so my current practice is what I do. I have no set induction. I just start by giving lectures. Okay, today we are going to learn about tayammum. Okay, take out your textbook, look at page, whatever. You need to have some form of set inductions, especially something that is futuristic in nature, so that they will know whatever that they are learning today is relevant in 20 years time. So show a video, ask them to imagine the scenario of the future. Okay, now lecture hall, it's very confining. Classroom is very confining. You have 4 walls, you have chairs, you have tables, you know, but you need to change that. The students should be encouraged to have group discussion, move the tables, ask the students to move and sit on the floor. You know, students love to be more active and move around, right? Okay, so you need to prepare tasks where the students can discuss in groups. So that is very important. Okay, I'm just going to share with you a little bit of, you know, don't be confined by the four walls and the tables and the chairs, you know, because learning can take place anywhere. So these are the learning spaces that we have in USIM, you know, where it is very, the students are free to move around, you know, and the choice of colors also, you know, bright colors, young people, they love it. Okay, so I hope, ladies and gentlemen, that through this keynote speech, you will be able to understand that, you know, that technology is here to stay. Okay, but we need to integrate technology in our classroom. Okay, we need, because face it, you know, our students, the moment they open their eyes, they are looking at gadgets, right? The first thing that they do, of course, they will listen to the alarm, right? And then the first thing that they do is they get this, they will get their handphone, okay, switch off the alarm, right? And then after they switch off the alarm, what do? They check their messages. Okay, let's face it, these are our students. Okay, so we need to utilize this technology in our classroom. Don't make it too traditional. What is important is that we are able to develop these students holistically. Okay, we need to develop them intellectually, spiritually, physically, and also emotionally, so that they can become a well-rounded and balanced person. When they are balanced, then they will be able to contribute to the betterment of the family, the society, and the nation. And this, ladies and gentlemen, comes back to Surah Al-Anbiya ayat 107, where we as human beings, as Muslims, are supposed to give mercy to the world so that we can live in harmony. Coming back to the theme of our conference today, harmonious Islam. So I hope, ladies and gentlemen, the talk that I have given you for the past hour can open your minds actually towards how we can give mercy to the world by utilizing what is in the world today for the future generation. So thank you so much for listening, and I'll be happy to answer any questions. But if you don't, you can always contact me via the email that is flashed on these slides. So thank you so much for inviting me once again, for giving me the opportunity. I'm very honored to be the keynote speaker for this session, and I hope to hear from all of you, and I wish you all the best for your future endeavors. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for listening. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh.
Welcome everyone. Yes, I'm here today with all of you. That was a recording because I want to avoid any technological mishaps. So if you have any questions, just feel free to shoot. It's so nice to see a lot of young people in this session. So do you have any questions, ladies and gentlemen? Please feel free. How many participants do we have with us today? Can the secretariat?
Okay, we have 58 international students from around Asia mostly, one from Egypt, and 22 from Indonesia national.
Oh, that's wonderful. We have a very diverse background of students. So nice to see all of you young people. I know my keynote speech centers a lot on the Islamic faith, but I think when we talk about our nation's principles, it is very evident that, you know, no matter what God that you adhere to, what religion you, subscribe to, we all need to understand that in the development, in the holistic development of a child, we need to cater to the four aspects, which is the physical, the intellectual, emotional, spiritual, and also the physical. So whatever our approach is in our teaching, are you all going to be future teachers? Future educators, are you? Okay. Right. If you are going to be future teachers, or even when, you are going to start a family soon, I hope. Okay. So it's the same thing. We need to be holistic in our approach. We can't just focus in one aspect only. Usually we focus on the cognitive aspects. Oh, my child will excel in school. She must score A or he must score A. He must be the best footballer. Well, that is true. We can strive for that, but don't forget to develop the other aspects as well. Right. Okay. Do you have anything, any questions or else? Again, once again, thank you so much for listening. And I hope that you take away something from that session. Just remember that as a human being, we need to be holistic. We have to be, right? So that we can contribute to the betterment of our family, our society, and our nation. So thank you so much once again, everybody. So if you have any questions, you can just email me. I'm sure the organizers will share the slides with you. Thank you, everyone.
Sehat, Dr. Hayati?
Yeah.
Sehat.
Alhamdulillah,
Zaki.
syukur. Yeah.
Zaki, Doctor.
Yeah, welcome back, Zaki.
I'm sorry, just landed home middle
Yeah.
of the night. I'm very tired enough.
Yeah. Okay. So any questions, you can just email me. I would be very happy to hear from all these young people in front. Okay, so thank you once again. So I give it back to the organizer.
Thank you, Dr. Hayati. If there are no questions, we will proceed to the next agenda. Okay, is there any questions?
I'm sorry. I got a question.
Okay. Mr. Agil Siraj have a question
Yes.
for Dr. Hayati. Okay, please proceed. Pick up. Okay.
Can I ask about before like AI?
Mm-hmm.
Do I still get okay. I got a question. The first one is it possible the AI could replace us or teachers? And the second one is what if AI replace us or teachers about like teachers teach us about memorizing Quran or spelling Arabic letters and about doing prayers or being good attitude, behavior. And what do we do? Because as a memorizer, as a hafid, we must have a proof or an evidence that we have teachers that follow, that link to Rasulullah, even Angel Jibril from Allah. Yeah, what do we do?
Okay, that is a
Thank you.
very good observation, Agil. Are you going to be a teacher someday?
Inshallah.
I think, like I said before, the technology is here to stay. AI should be utilized, utilized ethically. Okay, for Muslims, we need to be able to utilize AI in accordance with our Islamic teachings. So if you look at the limitations that we have now, the world is like, it's very open to everybody, right? You can get lots and lots of information, but you must make sure that that information that we have, either from AI or from other resources, it has to be the truth. Now, what is the truth? How do we know whether something is truth? Is the truth? So as an educator, we need to make sure, we need to know what our students know. How do we do that if we don't have any activities in the classroom, right? So we need to know. That's why it's very important, and the role of educators is to bring back the students to the truth. Now, what is the truth? Only we can show them the right path, because we have that knowledge, right? So, AI, like I said, is a tool. A tool, it depends on the user. The user can use it in a dangerous manner, or you can use it in a beneficial manner. It's up to you. That is why, as future educators, since AI's knowledge about Islam is rather limited, if you don't believe me, you can always check with ChatGPT or Gemini. You check with this AI. Their knowledge is only confined to what is available to them in cyberspace. Whereas we as educators, when we educate our children about religion, especially about Islam, there is always about the qawli and the fi'li, right? The behavior and also the what we say that must be in accordance to the Quran. So I really hope that you young people will be able to develop more materials, so that AI can pick it up and give the correct information. Again, do not believe everything that you read or you get from cyberspace. It may not be true. That is the role of the educator, to determine whether what is true and what is not. Again, when we talk about the truth, this is very interesting. Truth also depends a lot on the community that you live in, right? The social norms. For example, what is normal in Australia might not be normal in Malaysia, okay, or in Indonesia. I give you an example. When we talk about the transgender, you know what is transgender, right? Okay, a lot of places in the world accept transgender, but people who are very much governed by religion, like Muslims, we don't actually accept them. When you go to Australia, for example, anyone from Australia here? The toilets there, you have the male toilet, the female toilet, and the toilet for transgender. That is very interesting. So that's why it is the role of young people like you, to develop resources and materials which can help to develop the social, to develop the insaniah or the humanistic nature of humans. That's why a lot of slogans nowadays is on humanizing education. We need to make sure that we humanize education. We try to humanize technology, and I believe the responsibility lies on the young people, on the shoulders of young people like you. Thank you so much, Agil, for that very insightful question.
Okay, Dr. Hayati and all the participants. The time is limited. So thank you so much, Dr. Hayati Ismail, for inspiring and engaging speech. We really need a lot of discussion actually, but the time is limited. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, all the participants, the next agenda is a technical briefing from the chairperson of HARMONII Committee. To Dr. Munaya Suti Madra, MA, the screen is yours.
Okay, thank you, Miss Anissa. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, keynote speakers, students of HARMONII from around the world, good morning, almost afternoon. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Muna Madra, and I'm speaking here as the chairperson of the committee for this program. It is with great pleasure and enthusiasm that I welcome you all to this distinguished online short program of HARMONII Islam in Indonesia. This gathering represents a unique opportunity for us to come together, exchange ideas, and foster cross-cultural understanding and collaboration. We have 58 international students from around Asia, mostly, and one from Egypt, and 22 national students from Indonesia. So we invited several speakers who are truly competent in this field. We already have Dr. Hayati Ismail, our keynote speakers today. I hope you can learn from them over a week. And this program, you will also be given a mini project to work on together. So I will give you the schedule. Yeah, you have to attend all of the agenda to be able to get the certificate of HARMONII. In day one, we all have attended the opening ceremony and listening lecture from Dr. Hayati binti Ismail from Universiti Sains, Islam, Malaysia. After this, we will have lunch break and we will start the class at 1 p.m. Indonesian time with Mr. Ahmad Afnan Anshori from Radboud University in Netherlands. He will give a class of Islam and its role in shaping culture. In day two, we are starting at 10 a.m. Indonesian time. We will have Mr. Muhammad Adib Abdul Somad from the Ministry of Religion Affairs of Republic Indonesia. And then we'll continue by Miss Nailil Muna from Dosisa University of Japan. She will talk about example of interfaith initiative in Indonesia. In day 3, Dr. Ahmad Zainur Rosid will give class about the mosaic of Indonesian cultures and Islam's role, and will continue by me at 1 p.m. We will discuss the topic of challenge and opportunities in fostering understanding. And then in day 4, we will start earlier at 9 a.m. Firstly, Dr. Warsia will give instruction on what you are going to do in your mini project. And then you will, after that, have a whole day to do your project with your group. We have already make a group of you, and then Dr. Warsia will let you know later. In last day, you will present your project, and we will have awarding session and closing ceremony. Students, every day there will be a student's body to remind you the schedule and also give you the evaluation form. Also, in case you need anything to be assessed, please let them know, the student bodies. Also, I will let you know, please be note that we only provide an e-certificate for this program. Okay. In closing, I would like to express my deepest gratitude to all the organizers, committees, sponsors, and participants who have made this program possible. Your dedication and commitment to the ideals of international cooperation serve as an inspiration to us. Let us seize this moment to learn, to connect, and to make a positive difference in the world. Thank you, and may this Harmony 2024 be resounding success for us. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Excellencies, distinguished guests, participants, ladies and gentlemen, we have had a productive and inspiring time together. And now this opening ceremony is about to come to the end. On behalf of Faculty of Islamic Studies Unisula, we would like to thank you for your active participation today. Okay. Thank you so much for your participation today. I will close by saying, Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
See you at 1 p.m.
See you.
Ya, ada pangkatannya. Ini yang tadi ternyata ada bicara namanya implementasi pada tidak boleh bisa sama karena kan kita sudah tahu jadi kita itu kan punya satu kunci lagi untuk perpanjangan atau assessment. Jadi namanya nah, tapi untuk membuka beberapa harus kita kerjakan. Jadi nanti nggak apa-apa. Namanya PEM. PEM ini adalah yang implementasi mekanisme. Ini tanpa jadi tanpa membuat kita, tapi apa? Ini yang harus dibayarkan. Ini sudah jadi PEM ini tadi apa ya namanya evaluasi mutu program pelaksanaan evaluasi. Ya, jadi kalau fakultas ya. Ini mana ya? Ini baru. Kalau apa munculkan agregasi yang baru atau perpanjangan? Ini perpanjangan. Perpanjangan itu kita sudah tidak lagi katakan ini. Tapi jadi nanti prosesnya itu mereka akan melihat dari laporan. Jadi di situ kan ada aspek rasio dengan bagaimana. Nah, kalau misalkan proses dengan 1 tahun 105
Jadi asesor itu mereka tidak akan dalam, tapi mereka langsung jadi memasukkan laporan ITN ya masalahnya. Iya, betul. Jadi iya, ini pertanyaannya kalau menurut ini ya tidak lagi jadi PMPT itu perkembangan pengetahuan dan teknologi itu PT. Kalau PMPTS jadi perkembangan pemrograman. Jadi pengetahuan dan teknologi itu program. Mereka dari mana? Dari situ mahasiswa, dosen, lulusan, prestasi mahasiswa harus ikut. Prestasi. Kemudian publikasi digital. Nanti mereka tidak lagi menggunakan melihat orang, tapi apa mereka akan melihat itu ada digital. Tapi instrumen bukan berarti nggak isi mas ya, tetap ya. Nah, untuk perpanjangan ini yang saya tadi bilang sama saya tidak masuk kemarin membuat aturan ya. Nah, ini ternyata ada peraturan berulang. Ini mungkin lebih baiknya ada wajib untuk memberikan tentang otomatis permintaan cuma 50% dari desain. Nah, jadi nanti mereka itu akan intinya bukan yang tertulis apa tapi yang tertulis di upload apa-apa ya. Intinya di situ kan. Dalam pelaporan kita yang diinput oleh admin itu apa saja kita bagaimana langsung ke sana. Terus untuk publikasi berikutnya langsung ke kita kan gitu. Iya, jadi itu nggak akan kalau kita juga termasuk tidak lagi bohong. Tidak lagi bohong dan mengarang bohong. Arahnya dari saya langsung diupload. Tiga musibah yang apa akreditasi tidak akreditasi muncul itu kemarin cuma tapi iya sangat dengan manual yang ini belum otomatis jadi kayak gini perpanjangan PT sama PS ya nanti ada terpenuhi atau tidak kalau iya ada. Tapi mereka akan melihat dari mana dari pemantauan dan evaluasi program. Yang untuk program itu dari mana? Bagaimana kemudian rasio. Oh, ini caranya kisi-kisinya asesor, bukan untuk kita. Gimana? Hanya kisi-kisinya asesor untuk apa review toh? Ya, nanti untuk mengakreditasi. Nanti pegangannya ini ya jadi kita kan artinya yang kita lakukan harus sesuai standar ya kan jadi nanti kita akan melihat tertulis atau tidak kalau tertulis sepanjang 5 tahun
Excuse me, Mr. Ahmad, Afnan Anshori. Due to not everyone having joined Zoom, may we wait additional 5 minutes before starting? Mr. Ahmad Afnan Anshori. Okay. In the next 5 minutes, I, Yoga Ferdiansah, will conduct an ice-breaking activity. The name is Focus Clap to regather our focus. In this activity, when I say morning, clap once, like that. Okay. For afternoon, clap twice. Evening, clap 3 times. 1, 2, 3, like that. And when I say night, clap halfway, like that. Can it be understood? Hello, guys. Can you follow me? Okay, we start now. Morning. Okay, thank you. Okay, next. Night. Can you hearing me, guys? Okay, thank you, thank you. Okay, we do again. Afternoon. Thank you, Mr. John. Thank you. Okay. Again. Evening. Thank you, guys. Thank you, thank you. I'm very happy. Thank you. Oh, okay. Miss Muna.
Hello, everyone. Today, the session will be Dr. Afnan. Dr. Afnan, are you here?
Hello, yes, I'm here.
Okay. Yes. Now we have Dr. Afnan Anshori with us. So I don't think I should make this class longer. Pak Afnan, this class is yours, please.
Okay. Good day. Because I'm here in Netherlands, so it is still in the morning, even early morning. I just got up and I just performed subuh prayer. So good day, good afternoon in Indonesia and other parts of countries. Here I would like to be with you for, I don't know, maybe one hour or 1.5 to discuss about a topic given by the committee of this conference or seminar, and I will be talking about the interaction or the dialogue between Islam and culture in Indonesia. Can I share screen? Wait, I'm opening my file. Wait, it is still in the process. Can you see it? No? Wait, I think I have a technical problem to connect my file. Does it work? Can anyone see my presentation on the screen? Yeah?
Hello po, it is now visible po on screen.
Yeah? Okay. Well, I will be talking about Islam, culture, and the role of Walisongo in spreading peaceful Islam in Indonesia. I'm taking Walisongo as an example here because it is a famous figure, especially in Java, in spreading Islam. So the purpose of this discussion is to give like the committee wrote in the proposal is to give insights and ideas how Islam has been practiced harmoniously in Nusantara since its arrival and how it has been interacting with the existing local culture in Indonesia. In the history of religion in Indonesia, Islam has developed quite unique in terms of religion, such as Javanese before accepting the influence of Hindu religion and culture. In its early stages was dynamistic and animistic. They worship the ancestor spirits and believe in the power of magic or magical power contained in the objects, plants, animals, and were considered to have magic power. In other words, when Islam arrived in Indonesia, the people of the archipelago embraced Hinduism and Buddhism. Some people also embrace animism and dynamism. If you see the dictionary, there will be definition about what is Hinduism. Animism, what is the definition of animism and dynamism? Animism is the doctrine that every natural things in the universe has a soul, while dynamism is the belief to some objects that is believed can give a benefit or disaster. Animism and dynamism still exist in Indonesia until Islam comes. But now in Indonesia, we don't have it anymore. We have what we call as aliran kepercayaan. So in Indonesia, we have 5 or now 6 official religions: Islam, Christianity, Catholicism, Hinduism, Buddhism, and the newest one is Confucianism. And yeah, we have that 5 official religion. We also have aliran kepercayaan, and it is related to local beliefs and practiced by some Indonesian people, because you know that Indonesia has a lot of ethnic cultures. They have different languages, so it is very rich of local beliefs. People also relate it with local wisdom. I will discuss about it later. There are 3 things that I would like to discuss here in my outline of the discussion. The first is the history of arrival of Islam in Indonesia or Nusantara, and the second one is the role of Walisongo figures in Java, and then the third one is Islam and culture in Indonesian context, how it interacts each other, how Islam and local cultures dialogue each other. And I will begin with the first one, the first slide about the theory of Islam in Indonesia. I wrote here that Islam arrives in Indonesia through trading. Yeah, actually, this not only trading, but also there are many factors that influence Islam, why Islam came to Indonesia, and how is the approaches, how is the ways used by, yeah, not far before Walisongo, how it entered Indonesia, and what approach used by the Muslim scholars at the time. There are at least 4 theories, as mentioned by Solihin, based on historical facts. There are at least 4 theories about how Islam came to Indonesia, how is the process of Islamization in Indonesia. The first theory that I would like to explain here is the theory that the history of Islam in Indonesia, or Islam in Indonesia, came through economic or business or trading. The theory is quite reasonable because Indonesia has long been established trade with the Arab nations, and also it has been long established trade with Gujarat and also China. And I think until now it is still ongoing. We Indonesia still have relations in trade, yeah, not only with Arab but also in with China. And that's why I mentioned China here, but that's why the influence of China in Islam is also very significant. If you see, for example, the architecture of several mosques in Indonesia, it has the influence of China's architectures. Yeah, it is very interesting to discuss. The second one is the theory of marriage approaches. Migrants and Muslim traders from the Middle East established kinship with the locals. From this marriage, it produced a new generation of Muslim in Indonesia. And then the theory is the theory through politics or political or through power. The approach is political propaganda efforts undertaken by the merchants and Muslim immigrants who managed to Islamize palace of kings and princes who had previously embraced Hinduism or Buddhism. This theory seems to hold true after the formation of Islamic kingdoms in the archipelago, which managed to Islamize neighbor kingdoms. And then the last one, and I would like to explain this theory more than other theories. Or the last theory is the theory of Sufi approach. This theory is also quite argumentative because the founding fathers were Islamic scholars who had the knowledge and experience of Sufi. Do you know Sufi? It is Islamic mysticism. They appear as a scholar who practice Sufi morals. They often carry and practice specific congregation. The scholars appeared as charismatic Sufi figures, authoritative and wise, and being accommodating to the local culture. In addition to moderate, pluralist, and inclusive, and always uphold the values of noble ideals. The process of the spread of Islam in the countries of Southeast Asia, especially in Indonesia, are growing spectacularly, is a fact that can be denied either by historians or researchers. This is because the attitude shown by the Sufi figures was full of compassion, compromise, and more moderate-minded, pluralistic, and also inclusive. Al-Wisiab, for example, this is the brother of Professor Quraisihab, who is very well known as the expert of Tafsir Al-Quran. Al-Wisiab added that it does have a tendency, Sufism, human-oriented, open, and cosmopolitan. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, the statement is no aggregation. We have witnessed many Sufis leaders with their attitudes and behavior, which are helpful, compassion, sense of togetherness, and true brotherhood among the people. So it is not surprising that the Sufis were very close to people. This is why Islam spread rapidly in the country peacefully without violence. So the Sufi approach or Islamic mysticism approach is the approach that I would like to underline here, because yeah, it influenced Indonesian Muslim to embrace Islam as the religions, because it is very yeah it is very peaceful religion, and the way the Sufi figures spread Islam is very humanistic. Okay, I would like to move to Walisongo, the role of Walisongo in Java, because this is the 9th science in Islam, and if you visit Indonesia, you might visit the tombs of this 9th sign of Muslim in Java, or it is called Walisongo. And if you go to the city of Semarang, you will see an Islamic university called Walisongo. This is the university where I'm teaching now. Yeah, it is interesting to visit all tombs, because you will see not only the culture, the tradition of local culture, but also the architecture in the building in the tomb. Yeah, okay. The most influential Sufi figures in the history of Islamization in Indonesia is Walisongo. The approaches used by Walisongo to spread Islam are accommodating and moderate in the archipelago. In further development, have inspired Islamic leaders of Indonesia in developing moderate Islam in the country. Yeah, thus by Walisongo, Islam has been spread by peaceful means, not force others to convert followers of Islam. Ongoing cultural respect and even accommodate it into the local culture without losing its identity. So people of Indonesia at the time, in the time of the arrival of Islam, people were interested in embracing new religion, namely Islam. Yeah, because they can practice Islam and at the same time they can also practice their culture, their custom. Yeah, so it is without losing their identity. That's why a lot of people at the time are going to embrace Islam because it is very accommodate and people can embrace Islam and local culture at the same time without losing their identity. Apparently, tolerance is a lot of interesting people sympathetic to Indonesia at the time to follow the teaching of Islam. And then the transmission of Islam pioneered Walisongo is a brilliant struggle that is implemented in a simple way that show the way and new alternatives that do not disturb the culture, local traditions, and custom, and easily captured by layman orang biasa, ya, atau orang awam, because concrete approaches and realistic, meticulous, and united with social life. This model shows the uniqueness of Javanese mystics that are capable of absorbing elements of local foreign culture, but at the same time, as I said before, it still stands strong on the principles of Islam. So this is the uniqueness. People can embrace new religion, but on the same time they can practice their local culture. Of course, there is one requirement here that the local cultures is those that are not, that are compatible with the Islamic values. So apparently Walisongo were aware of how it should be grounded in Indonesian Islam. They understood that Islam should be contextualized without losing the essence of the principles of teaching in accordance with the condition of the region of the world in which Islam spread. This is what became known as the concept of indigenization of Islam. The idea is meant to meld the pattern and character of Islam as normative and religious practices into something contextual. The indigenization of Islam illustrated how the normative teachings of Islam as derived from God accommodated to the culture derived from human without losing their identity. More concrete, actualize Islamic teaching understood as related to the context of time and place, change of time zone difference, and a key to work of interpretation and ijtihad. Thus, Islam will be able
I'm sorry, sir. You're on mute.
Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes,
Yeah,
we
okay.
can.
So Islam will be able to continue to renew themselves and dynamically in response to changing times. Moreover, Islam is capable to dialogue with social condition varying from one view to another angle. Adapt, Adaptability is critical that, in fact, net Islam can truly adjust with time and place, suitable for every time and place. We can refer to an Arabic expression, solihun is al-Islam, solihun likulli zaman wa makan. So Islam is, until now, from the beginning until now, Islam is relevant, is still compatible with the time of and place, with time and place. The cultural plurality of the same religion cannot be avoided when the religion has spread vast areas with diverse cultural background. So the interaction and dialogue between religious teachings and to local culture, the strength of weakness of the cultural roots and pre-existing by itself will determine how deep and strong the religious teaching of the universal reach of local social cultural realities. The plurality of religion can, the plurality of religious faiths can also be caused by the different response of the followers of the same religion on social, cultural, and economic challenges. Yeah, of course, this is something that happened until now. Yeah, sometimes all religion have same ideas, but they express it in different ways or different approaches, especially when we use the approach of sociology of religion. They might say that actually between Islam and other religion is no difference because they have the same idea, the same idea of humanities and so forth and so forth. So from the perspective of this, to be explained why, for example, the Islamist movement, which is known as modernist, like what we have here in Indonesia, like Muhammadiyah, tend to gain strong support in urban areas, while the NU, Nahdlatul Ulama, this is the largest Islamic organization in Indonesia, referred to as traditional, gain widespread influence in the rural areas. Meanwhile, moderate understanding of Islam in Indonesian context can refer to the spreading of Islam known as Walisongo that I mentioned here, as previously described. Generation barriers of moderate Islam in Indonesia just miniaturized, presumably to refer to the practice of Islam is done through organizations such as Muhammadiyah, social and educational institution. So Muhammadiyah is modernist organization that has a lot of education institution from the kindergarten, primary until university. while NO, the strength of NO is through education in pesantren. So there is relationship between the way Islam approached by Walisongo and the existence of pesantren, and why pesantren is famous or well known as moderate in education institution in Indonesia. I think it is interesting to discuss about it later. Islam in Indonesian context of this kind more suited disclose to borrow the concept of Professor Shafiq Ma'arif, Islam in Indonesia framed, or we can also borrow Azumardi Azra, who often mention the moderate Islam is the original character of religious Muslims in Indonesia. Okay, I will discuss about the last slide. Okay, sorry. Yeah, Islam and culture in the Indonesian context. Islam came to Indonesia, as I said before, in a peaceful way. Previously, Indonesia has a rich culture and tradition. Then Islam came Indonesia not to erase or not to eliminate the existing cultures, but to give color or spirit of the culture, while culture give richness to religion. Therefore, there is something like dialectic or reciprocal relationship between religion and culture. However, this is the problem that we are facing until now. However, sometimes this dialectical relationship between Islam and culture turn into tension and even conflict because of because maybe tradition, culture, local cultures, custom often considered incompatible with religions. There are people who said that, okay, this is not compatible with Islamic religion, this is shirik, this is bid'ah, and so forth, and so forth. So this is the main problem that facing now in terms of moderations and harmony in Indonesia. So for this reason, there is a need, this is the idea, there is a need for the idea of Islamic culturalization, because Islamic culturalization means that religion and culture do not defeat each other, but instead take the form of pattern of religious reasoning, which has dimensions of noble understanding in the form of correct beliefs, Islamic practices, and the quality of ihsan values in the implementation of life to provide a bridge for the sake of the benefit between religion and culture. So the conclusion is that if we put religion or Islam in a different side, for example, in the left side, and culture or local tradition in the right side, and in the closed box, in the closed house, and they never meet, they never dialogue. So there is no what I call here as the idea of dialectic relationship. So there will probably the conflicts will happen. Yeah, that's why it is important that we can take the approach used by Walisongo. Yeah, I think it is still relevant until now. Yeah, because the teaching of Islam spread by Walisongo is moderate. They are accommodating to local culture, so I think it is still relevant until now. So actually this is the message not only for the da'i or da'iyah, but also for all Muslims to use these approaches of Walisongo so that we can maintain the harmony or religious life in Indonesia. Thank you. I think we can have discussion. I'm very happy to be here, and I'm also will be happy to respond to your questions later on. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, is there any ideas to share? If you have questions, yeah, you can share in the forum so that we can. Actually, I'm not the presenter here because we are here. I'm here to learn with you because I think the idea of this forum is to share ideas. Like the idea that we can learn from the Walisongo approaches that we need to dialogue each other so that we can maintain harmony among us, among the ideas. It is also very important. Hello, moderator, are you there or?
Fine. Thank you, Dr. Ahmad. Thank you. Okay, guys, this is our class. Do you have any question, class? Please raise your hand and unmute the speaker. I think Mr. Renzo, do you have any question for our class?
I don't have any question po.
Oh, okay. Dr. Ahmad, I have one question.
Okay, please.
Okay. How does Islam contribute to shaping the cultural identity of Indonesia?
Okay, can you make your question more concrete? I mean, maybe you can give an example about what kind of cultural identity, because I explained about the cultural identity. I mean, in the beginning when Islam came to Indonesia, people were interested in embracing Islam as new religions because they can practice Islam in one side without losing their identity as Javanese, for example. Is this the idea? If yes, I will continue. That's why if you go to Indonesia, for example, you will see that the practices of Muslim in Indonesia are different, between Javanese, between Sumatranese, and other areas. So what I mean by differences here is not the difference of what we call as ibadah mahdhah, or the core teaching that is called in Islamic term as qat'i. This is related also to the Islamic thought, like rukun iman, rukun Islam. Because ulama argue that this kind of Islamic teaching cannot be changed, but if we are talking about culture, about tradition, arts, for example, architecture, of course, it can influence each other. So this is the idea why why many people embrace Islam at the time, although they already have religions like Hinduism, and then Buddhism, animism, dynamism. Because they can practice Islam, and at the same time they can also practice the traditions, the local cultures that they have. That's why they do not lose their identity. That's why then we have a term called Islam Nusantara, because this is not a single identity of Islam in Indonesia, but in Islam Nusantara, it refers to the practices of Islam in the archipelago. There is Javanese Islam, Sumatranese Islam, and so forth and so forth. So the way if we are talking about ibadah mahdhah, for example, the core teaching of Islam, the way they price are almost similar. Only there is some small branches, like some people practice doa kunut or not. So this is not something important here, but they still have the same rukun iman, rukun Islam, but they still have their own identity as Muslim Jawa, Muslim Minang, and so forth and so forth. So Islam do not erase the tradition that people embraced before, but it can go together harmoniously. So that's why, Muslim in Indonesia do not lose their identity as Indonesia. At the same time, they can also being Muslim Jawa and so forth and so forth. Okay. Any questions? Any other questions?
Thank you, Dr. Ahmad. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, friends. Does anyone have any more question? Oh yeah, Mr. Fab Kafrid, the screen is yours.
Hello, am I audible? Hello, excuse me, am I audible?
Yeah. Yes, go on.
Great. Okay, that's good. Okay, so I'm going to say first, I'm sorry in advance if ever I didn't catch on very well on the discussion. However, since we're on the topic of spreading peaceful and the colorful cultures of Islam, I would like to ask that as a Catholic residing here in the Philippines, how can we Catholics here spread the colorful culture of Islam? And like in what ways through the Javanese Walisongo can we introduce to the, Islam to non-Islam people here in our country, especially that like let's say from my perception up until now there's still a rampant cases of bigotry against Muslims here.
Okay, can you repeat again slowly? So I can actually I cannot. Yeah, I can catch your point of the questions, but yeah, I want to make it clearer so I can respond it to you comprehensively. Yeah, can you repeat again?
Yeah, sure, no problem. So basically, the essence of my question goes with how can we introduce as non-Islam here in the Philippines to other non-Islam people here in the Philippines the colorful cultures of Islam through through Walisongo, since we're on the topic of the Javanese Walisongo po.
Okay. Yeah, that's clear, very clear. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, everybody can learn each other. Yeah. So the idea of Walisongo here, because the approaches used are very open, accommodative. So that's why Walisongo is also well known for their tolerance with other. Those who ever came to Central Java, so yeah, if you go to from Semarang you can go to Demak, and then after Demak you can go to Kudus. There is one figure in Kudus called Sunan Kudus. Okay, I will tell you a little bit about the history of Sunan Kudus and how the idea of tolerance is still maintained there. At the time when Islam came to this area, I mean the area of Kudus, most of people are still embracing Hindu. Yeah, because Sunan Kudus didn't want to hurt the Hindu followers. One of the messages that Sunan Kudus want Muslim to practice is that not to consume the beef. Why? Because Hindu people do not consume beef because this is holy. This is sacred. That's why Sunan Kudus one have important teaching, and this teaching is only there in Kudus. You will not find this kind of teaching in other parts of Muslim areas. So Sunan Kudus prohibited Muslim in Kudus to consume beef. Why? Because most people in Kudus at the time are still embracing Hindu traditions and they do not consume beef. And to respect to the teaching of Sunan Kudus until now, yeah, people or Muslim in Kudus are not consuming beef. Until now, this is modern era. But they are still practicing this teaching to respect to Sunan Kudus, and you will find the tomb of Sunan Kudus in the heart of Kudus and in the central of Kudus. You can also find not only tomb of Sunan Kudus in the area. You will find masjid or mosque of Sunan Kudus with the architecture of Hindu. So this is the way Sunan Kudus at the time preach or spread Islam without making any problems with the local people. That's why a lot of people were going to embrace Islam, because they were very interested in Islam, because the way Sunan Kalijogo approached people are very humanistic. They didn't hurt Hindu people at the time. They never. So Islam came not to eliminate, not to erase, but there are some universal values that everybody can learn. I'm as Muslim, I can also learn the universal things from my brothers, my Catholic brothers in Philippines, my Hindu fellows from India, for example, and yeah, from all people that embrace different religions. So the idea of I would like to propose the idea of openness and dialogue here. So although we have our own religion, there is Muslim here, there is Christian, maybe Buddhist or Hindus, but we are living in this on the same planet. Yeah, we have different ideas here in our minds, but there are some universal ideas that we can share together. For example, the universal ideas of humanity, civility, and then just and so forth and so forth. So that we can respond to universal aspects. I think why universal Walisongo, especially Sunan Kudus that I told you here, could be accepted by many people, because the way they spread Islam is using universal approach. He didn't go to specific cultures. They didn't say that this is prohibited, this is haram, this is shirk. No, yeah, because people are still, they are welcoming to practice. You can practice your religion without losing your identity. You can practice the Walisongo teachings about pluralism, about moderation, without losing your identity. So this is, I think, the idea that you can spread to your neighbor, to your people, so that you can live in harmony with your neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that great insight. Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you
you're
for that.
welcome. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Ahmad. Before we continue with the next question, please, Miss Laila, turn on your camera. Okay, thank you. Well, the time is yours, Miss Laila.
Thank you, Mr. Yoga. Good afternoon, Mr. Afnan. Actually, I'm curious. You said that you are staying in Netherlands now, isn't it?
Yes, I'm in Netherlands now.
Yeah, and I'm curious about the condition of Islam in Netherlands so far as you know, because I heard that the Muslim population in Indonesia itself tends to decrease. Is this also happening in Netherlands, or how, as far as you know? Thank you. That's all.
Can you repeat the last point, because the voice is not clear for me. I don't know. I think there is a problem in your audio.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay. Because
I mean
because I
the
heard
last thing.
the Muslim. Yes. Last question. How fast Islam is spreading in
Okay.
Netherlands?
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, it is interesting to discuss about Muslim in Netherlands, especially after the general election in Netherlands. If you read newspaper, for example, you heard that Geert Wilders won the election, and probably he will be the next prime minister of Netherlands. And you know the figures of Wilders is very controversial. He hate he is anti-immigrants and anti-Muslims. He support the burning of the Quran, for example. That's why when for the first time Muslim in Netherlands heard that Wilders won the election, most people were afraid. But I think it's not easy for him to form a cabinet because he need to have a strong coalition for the cabinet, and it is still on process now. Last night I had a discussion with one of figure Indonesian Muslim figure in Netherlands. I went to Indonesian mosque in Netherlands, and if I might tell you a little bit about Indonesian mosque in Netherlands. Previously, it was church in Netherlands because it was not easy to build mosque in Netherlands. Although you have a lot of money, you are a millionaire, you have a lot of money, and you want to buy a mosque in Netherlands. No, it is very difficult. At the time when Muslim in Indonesia proposed to have a mosque, and then there was one church who want to sell their property. It is the mosque, and there was agreement, and the people in the church want to help Muslim to have mosque, and they help Muslim to have the mosque. They help in administrative matters, so that now Indonesian Muslim in Netherlands have mosque in the Hague without conflict. So this is also one of the examples of the tolerance in Netherlands. That's why Muslim Indonesia now can realize to have mosque in Netherlands without a lot of problems. Because why? Because their brother, this Christian brother, helps Muslim to have it. Because I think the establishment of the church, also mosque or tempat ibadah, it is like in Indonesia. You cannot build a mosque without permission with your neighbor in the surrounding of the mosque. If there is one neighbor in that area does not give permission for you to build a mosque, it is impossible for you to continue building your mosque. That's why we should appreciate this, so that Muslim and Christian in Netherlands can live in harmony. Okay, I will come back to your questions about the situation in Netherlands now. Yeah, it has been several months after the general election in Netherlands, and I feel that I'm safe. Yeah, there is no problems. In the beginning, people are worried. In the beginning, people worry about how is the future of Islam in Netherlands if Geert Wilders became the prime minister. But I think the idea is that Muslim in Netherlands are very, I mean, how to say in bahasa Indonesia, adult sangat beragama ya dalam in religiosity. So yeah, of course in the beginning we are afraid because of previous cases like anti-immigrants, like the case of burning Quran in Netherlands, but I see the situation is now on the control, so there is no problems, and I cannot predict what will happen in the future when Geert Wilders become the prime minister. I hope that the situation is still conducive, and you know, in our mosque in Indonesia, yeah, there are some people who read kalimah shahada, who embrace Islam. As I said before, it happened also in the era of Walisongo. That's people embrace Islam because of getting married with Indonesian women, but probably they also embrace Islam because of other factors, because of the teachings, because of the Quran. So that's why the number of Muslim in Netherlands are growing. Not only Muslim from Indonesia actually, but also from Turkish, from Moroccan, who have also great people, great population in Netherlands. So Indonesia is not the largest Muslim population, but I think Moroccan and Turkish. When you go to Netherlands, you will find that Turkish and Moroccan mosques are more than Indonesian. Yeah, so there is nothing to be worried, yeah, about the future of Muslim in Indonesia, because I know the facts that the number of Muslim in Netherlands are still growing until now. That's why it is important to have like the dialogue with other religious communities here in Netherlands. I was active. Previously, I was the chairman of NO branch in Netherlands, and I have regular program, international conference about the first conference was about Islam Nusantara, how we can introduce the ideas of Islam Nusantara, how we introduce the ideas of Walisongo in the public of Netherlands, so that they can see the different faces of Islam. It is not Islam that they read on the newspaper. It is not Islam that like they see from Turkey or from Morocco, but they will see the different faces of Islam, which is smiling, which is in harmony, which is tolerant, and so forth and so forth. And this year we have two agendas: international, not only we will have international conference next years, and this years we have exhibition of Islam Kepulauan, of Islam of Archipelago in Amsterdam. We have old building here belong to KBRI, and we will use that facility to have exhibition about 10 days. We will have performance. We will have cultural events for about 10 days to introduce Islam, which is smiling, Islam Nusantara, Islam Kepulauan in the public of Netherlands, so that their image about Islam is not angry Islam marah. So what they will say is about Islam rahmatan lil alamin, so that we don't need to afraid about about girls and so forth and so forth, because I think any problem can be solved with dialogues. Yeah. Thank you.
Thanks so much for the sharing.
Anyone else? Any questions so far?
Thank you. Oh, okay. Miss Kiana, The time is yours.
Hello, am I heard? Can everyone hear me?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So first, I would like to apologize if this has already been mentioned since my Wi-Fi is very slow today. But I'd like to ask if what do you think are the challenges that needs to be faced in educating others about Islam and its culture and history, and how do we overcome these challenges? And if you have experiences related to this, if you're comfortable, you can share it to us.
Yeah, it is very broad questions. Maybe you can mention specific things. What explanation would you like to hear from me? Can you repeat again?
What do you think are the challenges that needs to be faced in educating others about Islam and its culture and history?
Yeah, okay. I think I can start from my explanation about the image of Islam in the West. Yeah, especially after September 11th. Yeah, the people started to be interested in Islam because of that event, the September 11 bombing, and then they started to be curious about what is Islam. And then what I heard from, I think, from my friend in the US or in the newspaper, the people at the time bought Quran because they wanted to know, is it true that that Islam teach terrorism, for example, or teach radicalism, for example, and it is proven that they didn't find it. So this is, I think, the most difficult challenges that Muslim should explain to others, to other followers of religion. So we Muslim, it is not enough that Muslim only claim that we are tolerant, and then we want to live in harmony and so forth and so forth. But people needs concrete examples, so that I remember, because I'm a lecturer of comparative religion in my university, and I always teach my students, if I have, for example, like interreligious dialogue with other students from, for example, Satyawacana Christian University in Salatiga. So yeah, I mean, the challenges of interreligious dialogues is it is more in verbal aspects, and when they finish the interreligious dialogue and everything is stopped, so they don't go further. That's why I encourage my students of comparative religion to do the follow-up of the interreligious dialogue. So it is not enough for you to tell that my religion is good, but people needs proofs. So why not? You invite your friends from other religious traditions to work together in concrete ways. Yeah. For example, now we are so if we discuss about theological matters, so it will not end because they will not meet. But I think you can move from theological interreligious dialogue to more concrete ones. Outside there we have a lot of problems in humanities. As I said before, now we are living on the same planet, but we are facing different. I mean, we are facing similar problems, namely ecological problems. That's why I encourage my students to work together with their fellow this Christian fellows from Christian Satya Wacana Christian University, for example, to have programs like ecological programs. So they can go to beaches, for example. In Semarang, we have a lot of problems in ecology, rob and so forth and so forth. You can go to beaches to plant a mangrove, for example, or they can go to other places to help poor people, yeah, to provide food and to give them help, yeah, so that they can go out from the poverty, for example. So we do not stop only in cognitive interreligious dialogue, but also we can start doing concrete things together. So I think this is one of the challenges. The first is how to to explain the image of Islam is not like that. Yeah, the what happened in September 11 is something that I think this is the tragedy, not really tragedy of religion, but tragedy of humanities. So this is this problem we are facing together. So that's why we have to be able to explain to our community that Islam is not like that. If there is a negative image about Islam, about Christianity, about other religion, we should explain to our neighbor, our community that this religion is not like that. You should learn Islam from from the source that you can believe. Yeah, you cannot for example, of course you can read the Quran, you can read the Holy Bible directly, but sometimes you need also guidance from other to understand it well or correctly. Yeah, because the holy text cannot be understood textually. Yeah, but you need contextual approaches to understand Quran or Bible correctly, for example. So that's why you need dialogue with other. So what I want to say here is that not only how to explain about the image, the real image of the region, but also how we can move from cognitive or verbal dialogue into concrete practices, so that we can move from the abstract one to the more concrete one. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Well, friends, anyone have more question, guys? Yeah, you can also writing the question in the meeting chat. Yeah. Anyone have more question? Mr. Andi Koko Agusta, do you have any question? Oh, yeah. Do you have, Mr. Koko?
Yes, I have.
Oh, yeah. The time is yours.
If seen objectively, Muslims today do not seem to apply Islam, such as lettering, indiscipline, and others? Is it a failure to maintain the Islamic culture that has been formed in ancient times?
Sorry, there was noisy. Maybe you can. Yeah, I didn't hear from you clearly. Can you repeat again?
Okay, I can. Again, if seen objectively, Muslims today do not seem to apply Islam, such as littering, indiscipline, and others. Is it a failure to maintain the Islamic culture that has been formed in ancient times?
Okay, I'm not like sure about your question, but I will try to comment. Or maybe someone else can help me to catch the questions. Maybe Mas Yoga.
Yeah, may I help you, Dr. Ahmad?
Yeah, okay. Maybe you can what did you understand from Mas Andi Kuku?
Yeah, I think the voice in Andi Kuko is noisy. You Mas Andi, Mas Kuko, you can writing the question in the meeting chat.
Yeah. But
Okay, I will.
what we can hear from you is about the failure of, but I don't know, failure of the practice of Islam or something like that. Maybe you can just need to mention what keywords, okay, and then I can respond to.
Okay, now I will be writing. I will write my question.
Oh, okay. I think I remember that Mr. Mr. Akil, you have any question? Please.
Yes, thank you.
Oh, okay.
I had a question.
Yeah. The time is yours.
Thank you for the time. Why to the Walisongo or the 9 Islamic saints only spread in Java Island? For your information, for non-Indonesian, Walisongo is only in Java Island. Why? Why do they only spread in Central Java? Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, well, while waiting for Mas Andi Kuku, yeah, to write his questions, I would like to, I will try to respond to Mas Akil. Yeah, actually the question is very simple, but I don't know. Sorry, I don't know the answer exactly. Yeah. But if I can guess, yeah, if we learn from the early period of the coming of Walisongo to Indonesia, yeah, they went to Java Islands, and then why didn't they move to other island, for example? Yeah, because at the time, yeah, Indonesia was still yeah divided, yeah, in kingdoms, and then before the arrival of Islam, or before the coming of Islam to Indonesia, most people, as I told you before, are still embracing Hindu, and then Buddha, the practices of animism and dynamisms. So that it is not, of course, it is not easy for the members of Walisongo, yeah, to move from one area to other areas. So if we refer to the way Islam, yeah, I mean the spread of Islam or the transmission of Islam, you know, there were relationship between one member of Walisongo to other members, yeah. Maybe they are family, because some of them came from Arab, from Hadramaut. So they are not originally from Indonesia, and when they have student, they order, okay, you have enough knowledge in Islam, now you can go to that area. Yeah, I have no idea about why it is only in Java. I think simply, yeah, because at the time, the transmission of knowledge is still limited. Yeah, because Islam is religion of transmission, or sanat. It is not only in terms of knowledge, but also in terms of the relationship between people and people. You cannot believe any people to send your message to other people. You have to be really believe, really have confidence to spread your message to other people. Okay, you can go to that area, you can go to that area, but I think you already have enough knowledge in spreading Islam. That's why it is also debatable, it is also controversial, why the number of wali or saints is only 9. This is also debatable. And it is also, yeah, you cannot have exact answer why only 9. Probably it is more than 9, but I don't know. I think it is also related to the belief that number 9 atau angka 9 is maybe like there is lucky, it is lucky number, jadi angka keramat, angka 9, ya. Because if maybe it is important also to write about why the Walisongo numbers is only 9. It is also interesting to find the answer why the dakwah or the mission of Walisongo is only limited in Java. So I don't have exact answer, because I don't have information about this, but I can only guess. Because at the time it is still, the access is still limited, and also the transmission of Islam is also limited. You cannot teach Islam to everyone, and then you ask them to go there to teach Islam, but you have to believe to somebody else that, okay, you have enough knowledge and you can go there. Maybe also the limited of transportation, I don't know. But I think this is not the idea, because Walisongo came from other areas from Arab, for example, they can migrate. They can go to Indonesia, of course, through sea, but I think in other areas outside Java, you can also find other saints, other wali, other figures. But yeah, Walisongo, what we read from the history is only in Java. Okay, Mas Andi, did you write your question here? Yeah, if seen objectively, Muslims today do not seem to apply Islam such as littering, discipline, and other. Okay. This is a failure of maintain the Islamic culture that has been formed in the past. Okay, this is interesting. Now, maybe I can give you example of myself. Now I'm writing my dissertation about the role of Islam in responding to ecological issues. Yeah, one of the issues here is maybe littering. Okay, I can tell you my story. Before deciding to write this topic, I met my Professor Franz Weisen in Yogyakarta, and yeah, he was interested in Islam at the time. In terms of ecology, he said that Islamic religion is very rich of the ideas of ecology. We have, for example, another Fatuminal Iman. But when you go to a mosque, for example, when you go to the house of worship, when you go to pesantren, Islamic schools, you will find that there are a lot of rubbish there. So it seems that there is a gap between normative aspects of Islam and the practices. Yeah, like what you write here. Why? Yeah, Muslim have another Fatul Iman, for example. It is said that cleanliness is part of the faith, but why they still litter? But why they still throw the rubbish in the rivers? So it seems that there's a gap between the norms and practices. And then my supervisor encouraged me to research about this. What kind of gap, why it happens in Islam? Of course, this phenomena is different. What I see here in Netherlands, for example, everything is very organized. Everything is clean. Yeah, of course, compared with my country. Yeah, I think of course it is also interesting to say. It is also very critical, to refer to your questions. Is it a failure, for example, of Islam? I mean, in teaching their people, in teaching their generation to, for example, in the idea of cleanliness, for example, is it only norms? They only maintain norms without going to practices. I think if I may respond, yes, I think it is yes. It is a kind of the failure of Islam, but not in terms of cultures, of course. In terms of ecological cultures, we need a habit, we need a practice. Why Muslims do not maintain the idea of cleanliness, the idea of ecology, as well as their brother in other religions. I think because they focus more on eschatology, they focus more on maybe on theology. Maybe they focus more on rituals. So there is an imbalance between the idea or the concept of rituals and the concept of, for example, ecology. So Muslim, yeah, I think I don't tell all Muslims. Some people, some Muslim, they prioritize ibadah mahdhah, for example, rather than humanities. They prioritize prayer, for example, rather than ecological problems. Maybe they feel that when I pray, or for example, when they say about sins, for example, the concept of sin, concept dosa, for example, in Muslim, probably Muslim will feel that, okay, I'm sinful, I'm doing mistakes when I do not pray. For example, when I do not respect my brother, when I do not respect my teacher, but I don't feel sinful when I litter, for example, when I throw rubbish in the rivers. So this is a gap, and also the habit, the culture of ecology, for example, it is not maintained since the beginning. If you compare with the situation in Netherlands, for example, when I brought my children here in Netherlands, from the very beginning, they never litter. They never throw rubbish anywhere. They know how to put the rubbish. But in Indonesia, I don't think that children are taught in the correct way, how to manage the rubbish, for example. That's why the ecological problem in Indonesia is still going. So we are suffering very much from these ecological problems. I don't know. Do I respond to your questions? But I think, it is okay. I take example of ecology because it is my discipline now. But in terms of other cultures, for example, the culture of harmony, the culture of tolerance, I think no. If you say is there failure? No, they are successful. Of course, there is still conflict, but in general, the teaching of tolerance is still there. People are still practicing this. But in terms of the issue of ecology, for example, yes, we failed to teach our children, to teach other Muslim, to keep the planet. Yeah, I hope this helped you. But if you are not satisfied, maybe you can write again, or we can discuss here. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you for the response, Dr. Ahmad. Yeah.
Anything else?
There is the last question. I would like to thank you for your the explanation, Dr. Ahmad. Thank you once again. Thank you, Dr. Ahmad.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Yeah. Before I return the time, I will remember you guys about the final activity today. Let's take attendance first and provide feedback on the last session in today. you can check in the meeting chat. Okay, guys. The time I will return to the house in this Zoom. The house. Okay, thank you
Mas
for
Mas Yoga.
yeah.
Okay. I just wrote some sources about Mas Akil questions. I think there is no exact explanation about why Walisongo only spread Islam in Java. There are some version of answer. For example, why Walisongo is only focused in Java, because they say Java is the center of economic and political activities, also the center of cultural activities in Nusantara at the time. And this another version is because the most population in Java. I think it is until now Java is very populated with people different from other islands, for example. But I think there is no exact information about why they focus only in Java. I think we need further facts to answer these questions from Mas Akil. I hope this help you, Mas Akil. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ahmad. Okay, guys, we can live now. We can leave now for this class. And I remember again that we attendance first and provide feedback. Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Ahmad.
Yeah, you're welcome.
We can leave now.
May I live now?
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. I'm very happy to be with you. If you go to Semarang, please feel free to come to my university in Walisongo, Semarang, and I also live there, about 5 kilometers from the university. And feel free to have my contact from the committee from Mas Muflihin here. I'm very happy to communicate with you in the future. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay. Thank you. And we can leave now. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Bye-bye.
See you.
See you tomorrow. Good luck for tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Guys, thank you.
Miss Icha, Miss Kina, Mr. Zong. See you. Bye-bye. Assalamualaikum.
Wait. Don't leave first.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Enough. We leave now.
Let's hang out for a moment, for a bit. Why?
Thank you. Bye-bye.